Good evening and welcome to this board meeting on February the 10th. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Present.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Reverend Harrison.
Present.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molinar.
Here.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
7 present, 0 absent.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Autry, would you please lead us? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we'll have, there's no recognitions that I'm aware of. At this time, we'll have student board member reflections. And we have with us today a 10th grader from CLC, Maurice Finn Brown. Is that correct? I say your name right? All right, excellent. So we'll begin with our scholar. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, honorable board members, and distinguished guests. My name is Maurice Finn. I am a sophomore student athlete at East Community Learning Center, where I participate in both football and basketball. My dream is to become a doctor. I chose to join the student board because I want to be a voice for students who feel unheard. At ECLC, I would love to see more diverse cultures represented in our curriculum. I believe it's important for students to learn about different cultures as it broadens our perspective and helps us appreciate the many ways people live around the world. Exposure to different cultures can inspire students, help them discover new interests, and encourage open-mindedness. To make this happen, I propose implementing after-school programs focused on culture education, where students can engage in activities, discussions, and experiences that showcase traditions, customs, and histories from various backgrounds. These programs would allow students to explore cultures from beyond their own, gain valuable knowledge that could shape their future. Incorporating culture diversity into our school experience can create a more inclusive, enriching environment for all our students. Thank you to the board members for allowing me to speak today and share my thoughts on improvements that could benefit ECLC. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Excellent, Maurice. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being with us and sharing on today. Yes. Representing ECLC. Next, are there any board members? Yes, Ms. Hall, Member Hall, excuse me.
It's like you look right at me because you know I got something to say, right? I just want to say congratulations for coming here to speak up. You keep dreaming big because your dreams can come true. It's up to you at the end of the day to become this doctor, right? You can do it with your family support. But at the end of the day, it's you that have to fight hard to make your dreams become reality. So good luck to you, and if you need any help, please reach out and let us know. I love the fact that you talked about cultural education because our schools reflect all different kids, all different walks of life, right? Even your teachers. So to learn about other cultures than just your own is very commendable, and that will help you along your way as becoming a doctor. You'll be able to relate to each and every patient that comes your way. So thank you for that, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Member Hall. Any other board reflections? Yes, Member Autry.
Thank you. I also just wanted to congratulate you and thank you. It's not too often that you hear young people who are actually interested in cultures and traditions outside of their own, so you should be commended for that. And as a nurse, I look forward to seeing you come into the field because we need more diverse healthcare providers. So I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you.
Thank you. Member Autry. Are there any other? Yes, Mr. Alexander.
Yeah. I just want to tell this young man, thank you, too, for coming. You did a very good job representing East CLC and yourself and your family. Continue to do the work that you're doing. You'll get there. You're going to be a doctor. Okay, we're not going to say you're working towards, you're going to be a doctor. You are a doctor already, okay? So we're going to claim that and continue to do well. You will be fine. And I like the idea, too, that you talk about the nationality, because when you get out in the real world, you're going to be working with all different types of people from different walks of life to different nationalities and cultures. So that's a good thing to have. Continue to do a good job. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Member Alexander. Any others? All right. Again, I would like to thank you as well, Maurice, and I would like to thank you for wearing that wonderful red shirt representing, I know ECLC red is one of my favorite colors. This past week was filled with moments that truly showcased the heart and spirit of our Akron Public Schools community. On Wednesday, February 5th, I had the pleasure of visiting I Promise School, where I was able to explore their impressive makerspace and witness firsthand the creativity and innovation being fostered among students. It was a joy to meet Assistant Principal Ms. Bostello, as well as several students and staff members who are working hard to create a dynamic and inspiring learning environment. The dedication and enthusiasm I saw at I Promise reaffirmed the incredible opportunities we are providing for our students to dream, build, and achieve. Thank you again to Vicki McGee and Principal Davis for being so open and kind as I explored I Promise from both the APS lens and the foundation lens, which both were great and speak strongly to what good collaboration looks like. I'll speak later on some things also I found out in I Promise, which is exciting in my and my president's report. Additionally, on Friday, February 7th, I attended the Black History program at Helen Arnold, which was pushed back to Friday because it was supposed to be on Thursday, but we had the ice storm. It was a truly inspiring and uplifting event, as it is every year. Our students did a phenomenal job captivating the audience with their beautiful singing, compelling recitations, and portrayals of historic figures who have shaped our world. Their performances were a powerful testament to the importance of honoring our past while empowering our future. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the dedicated staff at Helen Arnold CLC for their hard work in making this program a success. This afternoon was made even more special by the presence of so many families and community members coming together in support of our youth. A special thank you to Pastor Mark Tibbs of Centenary United Methodist Church, whose unwavering support has been evident every year I have attended the Black History program at Helen Arnold CLC, which has been each year I've been on the board, and this is my 4th year. And I would also like to give a special thanks to John Williams, the president of the Akron Urban League, who delivered an inspiring charge to our students, reminding them that what they see, they can be. His open door message to our students was truly impactful. And of course, the Helen Arnold family was in attendance, as they are at many of our events, and it was always a blessing to see them. And no Helen Arnold event would be complete without their highly anticipated soul food dinner, which was a wonderful way to end the evening of celebration, reflection, and unity. Again, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Principal LaMonica Davis and the entire Helen Arnold family for their dedication to uplifting and inspiring our students. The commitment to excellence and community engagement is truly commendable. Moments like these remind us why we do what we do. Investing in our students, celebrating our history, and building a future where every child has the opportunity to thrive. And that concludes my community reflections. Now we will entertain the request to address the board after I read our preamble. Did I not go around? So I think the first one, might have reflections. Every time I keep doing it. I said, are there any other reflections? I said, are there any reflections? Okay, if the board has reflections, just as a standard operating procedure, when a student board member speaks and then everyone says, and I say, are there any other board reflections? I mean exactly that. Are there any other board reflections to share with the body? So, yes, Member Molinar, did you have board reflection? Yes.
Sure, thank you. So my reflection is on the Super Bowl. I know I was not the only one watching the games and commercials probably in the halftime show yesterday, but I always think when I watch the Super Bowl about when we brought Linda Darlingham into Cleveland and she talked about the celebrity status of athletes and actors and musicians, and if only we gave that type of status to our teachers. And I know that there have been even some comedians who made like car commercials, like if a teacher had an Audi commercial, and we had those kind of sponsorships and those opportunities for our celebrities because they make such a difference and everything. And so I was thinking about that, and I said, well, we kind of do have a Super Bowl here in Akron because that's our Teacher of the Year banquet. You know, we roll out the red carpet and we make a whole night of it, and we recognize our teachers as celebrities. I know one of my favorite things, there's the pictures, the portraits that the students make of their teachers. They're nominating teachers, and every year I get kind of jealous. I go, oh, I wonder what it would look like if they, put that much time and care and made portraits of board members. But and I remember one year when Toby won, they had fans with his face on it, and so friends and family members and colleagues all come and celebrate. And so in thinking of that, I just said I know it's a long night, but it's worth the time to honor their commitment. So I look forward to attending this year's banquet, and I will be all decked out. If anyone has merch this year, I never got Toby's fan, but if anyone this year doing T-shirts, foam fingers, whatever. Let me know, send me a message, and I will come all decked out to celebrate our celebrities.
I'm sorry, excellent. Member Molnar, thank you for that. Member Hall, please.
Okay, also talking about, thank you, Madam President, about the Super Bowl, I would just like to do a shout out for Paris Campbell. He is an Akron native, born and raised here in Akron. He played for the winning team, Philadelphia. Although I didn't gamble, halftime I was like, anybody want to bet me? And everyone just laughed. But shout out and congratulations to him. He is an Akron kid. Just like LeBron James, he did attend high school at St. Vincent St. Mary's, but we don't love him any less. So congratulations to Paris Campbell and his family. Also, his family are longtime business owners. On Cahaga Street, they had Shelby Appliances. His grandfather ran that business, and his mother works for Summit County. So just huge, huge shout out for the investment that the city of Akron, whether it was APS or what school it was, we all helped play a part in building this young man. And shout out to his mom, Shelly, for doing amazing things. So when I say we played a part, because we're a community, right? And we support one another and we uplift each other. So that's what I would love to continue to see, regardless of our kids go to the NFL, NBA, doctors, lawyers, construction worker, what have you. I just love to celebrate our kids and just congratulate our kids for a job well done. So again, congratulations, Paris Campbell.
Thank you, Member Hall. Are there any other board reflections? Member Autry, please.
Thank you, Madam President. And so I just wanted to share that since I was last in attendance, I did just want to say a thank you to Ms. Jennifer Douglas for the invitation to read to our youngest learners at Crouse and Essex. I know that was probably reported on when I wasn't here, but I really enjoyed the young people. And also, in some of my reading, I'm here, congratulations is in order for APS Online, David Hill, and I Promise for exiting school improvement status. So I just wanted to say congratulations to the staff, the teachers, the students, and the families for their hard work. Also, congratulations to basketball City Series champions, Elliott girls and Buchtel boys. Really good job. I didn't get to go to the game, but I heard it was amazing. And so it just is another way where we see our community come together, which is why I love sports so much. Also, I'm looking forward to visiting the Winter Concert Series coming up this week in case you guys are looking for something to write about that's positive and student-focused. And so I'm happy to be visiting Firestone Choirs in the Round tomorrow at 7, thanks to our Fine Arts Department under the leadership of Dawn Wilson. And I know next week also we'll be featuring our various middle school performances. So hopefully you can come out and see and appreciate the hard work that's put into our music program. I also want to thank the district for the opportunity and sponsorship to attend the National School Board Association's Advocacy and Equity Institute this past weekend in D.C. Along with many other passionate school board members from across the country, I was able to attend some informative workshops, followed by a day on Capitol Hill. It's a little bit busy lately in that area, but I was happy for the opportunity to visit along with Dr. Molnar, Mr. Alexander, the representatives, Senator Bernie Moreno's office, Congresswoman Amelia Sykes' office, just to share about Akron Public Schools, all the amazing things we're doing, and to advocate for IDEA. They also, in the workshops, just wanted everyone to know that a lot of things that you're hearing are meant to be instill fear in us. And so we have to keep doing what we're supposed to do as elected officials, and the magic is in the mirror. And so I just, again, wanted to thank the district for the opportunity to advocate for Akron Public Schools and public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Autry. Are there any other, board member reflections? Okay. Seeing none, we'll entertain a request to address the board from our community members. I must read this preamble. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors, business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Participants must speak on matters related to the business of the board. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign, through the superintendent, the appropriate person for follow-up. Please state your name and group affiliation once entering the mic. Okay, our first community member to address the board is Ms. Aisha Shropshire. Hi, Ms. Shropshire, please come to the podium.
That being said, I don't know what to say, honestly. But I can tell you, I believe I've taken the proper, or followed the proper chain of command up until this point. On the 11th of November, 2024, I was a witness to a special needs nonverbal child being severely mishandled by a paraprofessional. And it wasn't until I intervened that this person took their hands off this child. At that point, I removed my child for her own safety. She's nonverbal. She's a 6-year-old autistic little girl. She can't say much, but what she can shows me speaks volumes. And she showed me something was wrong. And I believe that's what led me to being able to be at the place that I was when I saw what I did see. But I do believe that I've taken all the proper steps of being able to, place a complaint. But I don't feel she's safe there where she was after what I saw. And I can't speak for all special needs kiddos, but some extra help would be awesome. I don't know if they're trained or not, the paraprofessionals, but what I saw, I don't even believe I would have been allowed to do with my own child. I don't really know what to say, you guys. I'm sorry. It took a lot for me to get here.
No, I'm glad you, yeah.
That was it.
Okay. She didn't state it. It wasn't an, you can state Mr. Alexander, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Is it okay if I tell you the school? It was Cyberland CLC, sir.
Ms. Shropshire, I thank you for being courageous to step in for a learner that was not your biological child, but even expressing that your child also has these needs is very important to us, and I think this community forum is a place for you to share. And so hopefully, Superintendent, the necessary follow-ups will be had for you. I don't see anyone from our special education department in here at this moment, but we will ensure that follow-ups happens, and I would like to, I'm sure I'm going to speak for myself, I don't want to speak for the board, to know what happens in the outcome. And so you said you took the proper channels and were the individuals follow up with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did someone follow up with you at all?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, thank you, Ms. Shropshire. Will be someone to follow up with
Thank
you.
you.
Where is Harper not here? Nobody's here from your team? All right. Ms. Shropshire, one moment, please. Again, because we welcome public participation and feedback. Marcy, are you going to meet with that? Thank you so much. And so we do really want to follow up and get some outcomes as far as that matter, because this board takes that very seriously, any child or any situation. The next person that we have to address the board is Ms. Denane Pollard, or Pollard. Is there anyone here with the last name Pollard? No? Okay. All right. Moving on, we'll go to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Jackson. Sorry. Let me get it right. So we're excited to announce the GOAT Award for this month, and it goes to honor the work at I Promise for the head custodian there, Chaz Banta. Is that person here? Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you come up, please? Let's give him a hand. Thank you so much for all that you do. Okay, I know it's a lot, but it pays off. And so this award is something that we started with the custodial department. And so every month it'll move. So you have to keep doing what you're doing and get it again the following month. Otherwise, it ends up in a new building. Yes. Okay. Thank you. One second. Where's yours? You'll come up and get it. This is the month of February, Black History Month, which we are celebrating all month. This is also National School Counseling Week, February the 3rd through the 7th. So we want to say thank you to all of our counselors for the work that they do and their dedication to our scholars and to our district. National Resource Officer Appreciation Day, February the 15th. Thank you to our resource officers, and thank you for the opportunity to work with them. They do impact our schools each day, building relationships with some of our scholars, and so we want to say thank you to them. Thank you to the Ohio Holocaust and Genocide Memorial and Educational Commission, grant that we received for NSCLC for a field trip to the Maltz Museum, which is led by Ms. Catherine Paleshi at Ennis, and I hope I'm not messing up her name, but thank you, because she wrote the grant, and so we want to thank her, and she led the charge on that. Also, thank you to the Summit County Retired Teachers Association, who gave us $900 to help support our classrooms and school-wide projects. The following schools received $300 per classroom: Ellet CLC, Ritzman CLC, and Firestone CLC. Had the opportunity to go to the Ward 4 meeting. Thank you to Ms. Davis for asking me to attend, and had an opportunity to meet with Scholar Advisory Committee. It was very enlightening to hear from our young people, their thoughts, and tried to answer as many of their questions as possible. Even some takeaways were received from that we're going to be able to implement immediately, and some that we will do over time. Had the opportunity to visit the Wolf and Fawn Autism Center. It was amazing to just see the work that is being done. Some of our scholars are there, and so we really appreciate the partnership. AAA's graduation on the 31st, January, was absolutely amazing, and it's amazing to just see the work that was done to help support our children. And these are the kids that really and truly could probably have just not finished school, but they were determined. And so 22 of them graduated, and I think that was also a couple of students from a couple of other of our schools. Had the opportunity to have the Administrator Advisory Committee, gained a lot of great insight from that and some takeaways that we will be using in our leadership meetings, their feedback on some things that we can do, and the timing was pretty good because we were able to implement some of that stuff right now through master scheduling. But there were other issues and things that they brought up that are very valuable that will help us to learn and to grow. Thank you to Jessica Horowitz-Moore from ODEW and the team from the Values and Action Foundation, who visited to our school district and talked about Project Love and also Be Kind 330. Had the opportunity to attend the Garfield, Bookdale Garfield game, which was awesome to watch our kids in action, and I want to continue to see the great work that our schools are doing around the athletics. Just a reminder about Blueprint for Excellence, our strategic planning meetings, Cornerstones 2 Academic Achievement on Wednesday, February 26th at 4 o'clock, and again at 5 o'clock in room 201. Also, Cornerstone 1, Culture and Safety and Belonging, and Cornerstone 4, Family Partners and Community Engagement on Tuesday, February 25th, 3:30 p.m., and also again at 5 o'clock. Cornerstone 3 will be Operational Excellence, will be on Thursday, February 27th at 3:30 and again at 5. Later on, you will for item 23.4, that will be the authorization to seek professional services firm for North High School construction project. Mr. Keenan will give an overview on that. You can give me 1 minute. Yeah. And our Be Kind 330 this year, this school year, Janet Mitchell, a dedicated member of the Hatton PBIS team, proposed a Be Kind initiative for the year. She found Be Kind t-shirts and made sure staff had them to wear with pride. Hatton has Be Kind Days where staff come together in their Be Kind gear, serving as a visible reminder of our commitment to fostering a positive and supportive school climate. This simple yet powerful gesture unites us in our mission. And let's continue to lead by example and show our students and community that kindness starts with us. Thank you again to Kelly Warner, the counselor at Hatton, for sharing the story. And we are also in the process of working on the RFQ for the van transportation. And I guess I would like to know, because we are working on that, the pleasure of the board for us to continue to work on that, or would we continue with what we're currently doing for an additional year? But we are working on the RFQ, so we can have it out on time if it's the pleasure of the board to continue for us to open it up again this year.
I'm going to, and then open to my board colleagues. I'm confused by the questioning because I know we sat through multiple meetings and the van drivers came and the understanding was that the RFP will be opened up and that we went with this current company for as a temporary fix in that moment, and that there, as I understand it, that, and Ms. Folk, if you can add to, I don't know if you'll need to, but that contract will be up in June.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Superintendent, I'm just unclear on your questioning because, as I understand, the understanding was it was absolutely going to open up and give these individuals an opportunity to bid on it. And I believe it was like a RFP. Is it RFP and RFQ?
It's the RFQ, yes.
Okay.
We are ready. I'm just asking if we're going to continue with the RFP process or if the board wanted to continue. I just wanted to make sure before we continue with the next steps for it. But we are ready for that to happen if that's.
Yeah, that was already decided by this board, right? I mean,
Okay.
unless
I'm just trying to get
I could have
clarity.
missed something. Is there any board members that have anything to add? Is there any change? Didn't we decide that as a board that was going to be the process, that we'll be able to bid on it? Okay, there's no unreadiness with that. I don't want to overstep. Okay, yeah, so yeah, it should
Okay.
proceed as we decided.
Yeah, that'll be coming out soon.
What soon? You have an
The
estimate?
RFQ information will be coming out soon.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what is the time frame of soon? Because
Probably this next month, March, yes.
is March when it will be open?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Falk. All right. Member Harrison?
Thank you, Madam President. So are we looking at the 25-26 school year?
25-26.
So, and my memory, and you can correct me, was that the RFQ was going to go out December or January. And I guess I'm asking, if it comes out in March, is there enough time to process and to review and to analyze and to have discussion on
Yes.
the, what do we use, the lowest, most responsive?
Yes.
Is that, okay. And so I guess, yeah, I was looking for that in December or January, according to the timeline the board had given prior. It was December or January, correct?
It was supposed to be January that we were trying to have it out.
And my question would simply be, do we have enough time to?
Yes, we do, but I'll let Ms. Folk speak.
We have been working on it during this timeline. There's some updates from the state of Ohio, so we are working to finish that up with legal. And if we are having it out in March, it will be out for 30 days. That will be a response back that will give us enough time to review, score it, and determine the way that we should go, hopefully to have a recommendation back to the board in late April, early May. With approval with that, that gets us set up to go ahead and proceed with the update of our student process when we promote students from grade to know how to route. So yes, we will have time to do that, to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The scoring of this, now we come to that question, because I think the problems was in the process, the scoring, how did we get to this particular vendor over any other vendor? So have we made some, I'm gonna call them safeguards, have we put safeguards in place to make sure that we don't run into what we ran into
Yes.
the last time?
Yes, we did. Okay.
I have a quick question.
Member Hall, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So just a quick question. I do recall us stating January, but I know like with RFPs, sometimes it takes time to create it. But will this be for businesses, again, like not just independent, it will be businesses, right? Where, like we talked about last time, that APS did not have enough manpower to do all the checks, right? And they wanted one company to be able to do all of that. Is this the same process of getting a company to do it versus independent, or?
It would be what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Where we have van drivers who drive and work, who work, to drive for us.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would be whatever company
So I know it was like a lot of chatter about
that
like with
wins
the van.
the
I'm sorry.
bid that would have their own drivers.
Okay, because I know it was like some chatter about, the van drivers, and I'll just be brief, about having one person, I guess, in their organization to be able to do some of the work that we would do, to take off some of the pressure from APS by not having enough staff. So it was just remembering all the chatter from last year, having one organization, if it's the van drivers, it's if another company or whatever, one designated organization or person that could do all of the timekeeping, submit all of that stuff to APS. So then APS will then cut that check to whoever that organization is or that person that represents whatever organization in a whole. Are we still looking at that too, or as far as with the RFP, because we have to be, tell exactly what you want in RFP?
We have been successful this year in the combination of having the current independent contracted drivers and the support company in doing the services we need. We currently have approximately 120 independent contracted operators that are serving us, plus the company, which, as you remember, is Templeton. So everybody's contract does end on June 30th. So in working on the RFP, we were looking at continuing a process that we could probably do a combination of both.
Okay.
At this point, it depends on the actual response back from the companies, but I don't know that we haven't been successful in meeting all the needs of the students. We have actually processed them with our SPED and our MKB process in a much easier and more flow-through fashion due to some changes also within the department that made it go, with some new appointments that have made it go very much more easily working forward. And then the next process would be to get it back out on the street to see what kind of responses we got. So I would be telling you that I don't know that it won't be identical, but it depends on the responses to Dr. Robinson's. It could be a combination of both.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Molnar, I hope you covered what I want to ask.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is, recognizing that there are a lot of variables, a lot of elements, a lot to be figured out, discussed, and the importance of doing it right, because this was a months-long process, as we remember before. So my question is, which committee will this go through? I could see justification contracts. I could see justification finance. Has a committee been selected for this?
I assume you're talking about the board committee?
Board, yes. Before it comes to the full board, which committee will go into this in depth and then present that proposal to the full board?
So you all said that you would tell us which contracts, which committees, but if you're asking me, then it's a contract, so it would go through the contract committee, because everything we do deals with finance, but it is contracts, so, but you all tell me what you want.
Member Hall.
So to answer your question, I think it could really go through two committees to really hash out everything. I could foresee this, going through the equity committee and then also the finance or contract committee to kind of equity to hash out all of the, questions, right? And then go to contract or finance, whatever committee it goes to, then to talk more about the financial part and the contract part.
All right. Thank you again, Maurice. Appreciate you. All right. Is there any other board members with questions about? I just think that I know we recently got some notices concerning equity and DI things, so that will have to be rethought. Contracts is an option, but based off what the superintendent is saying now, it's clearly that an instruction needs to be given as far as the pleasure of this board so that we can move this along. I'm just concerned of some of the conversations with this, because if this was feasible as it is, then it appears that the van driver's original acts could have just been their original acts, and we could have kept it as both and. It was like a lot of conversation around this, but it appeared to me that we came to them trying to collectively, or people having to have a corporation or a business, because that was the instruction that the district was moving towards, more corporate structures where we can just do one and not individuals, which is why I thought this RFP or situation was so pressing. I'm only bringing this up because the time is winding down and prevention is better than cure. And I'm just trying to make sure we're not circling back to the very same issue that we found ourselves in the beginning. And it sounds like that is what's happening. I'll defer to my colleague. I just wanted to process that out loud because it wasn't making sense as you were talking. To me, it could just be me though. And so I can't wait to get more clarity from others, because something was disconnected when you were talking, that it sounded like we weren't moving forward in a new thing, which is what these individuals who are here were instructed on, that as individuals, they cannot be individual independent contractors. And now it sounded like, in my understanding of what you said, that we're going to use some companies and independent contractors. And that's what is.
What I said was what we put together was successful, that we were able to do a combination this year. And you are correct, we did want to put out an RFP again because we had never done it before. Last year was the first time, so that was why we were trying to look for more corporate structure, as you said. And we ended up with a combination. I was just reporting out that what was working, so that we were servicing our students in a much more efficient manner to get them properly done. And I think the superintendent was saying, would you like to continue with this combination? Were you trying? It's not that we weren't going to put it out. We just wanted to make sure that we were following the wishes of the board. And we are ready to get this out at the beginning of March.
No, I understood that's what you to say. I'll defer to my board members, because my question is not, Ms. Falk, about independent and corporate. My question is, it was said that it needed to be a corporate structure because we already had independent and we were servicing, because there was a company before this company we agreed upon, but I understand.
No, there was not. There was not a company before. They were all independent individual contractors up until this past year.
Yeah, so the other, I have to look at my notes. There was like a company, because the van drivers were complaining about this company getting this large amount. and they were a company. You're saying that that was an independent person?
Actually, for this particular year, this is the first company corporate structure that came into this independent, and they are the second group that is offered. They currently, per our standard, the offer of a student goes directly to the independent contractors first, and if they cannot service it at the wishes of the board, then Templeton picks up the service contract that the independents don't have because we don't have enough independents.
Mr. Alexander, then Ms. Hall.
No,
Thank you.
that is correct. I know what we talked about, there was a lot going on during that time, but what we did come up with is the individual van drivers were going to get opportunity first, and then what they couldn't take on, then Templeton was going to take on, because we didn't have enough van drivers to take on the assignment. So I guess what the superintendent is asking us if we would want to continue with the same process of giving the van drivers opportunity first, and then whoever they cannot handle, whatever load they can't, then it would go to the other company. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah. Is that correct, Ms. Falk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hall, Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. To your question, Madam President, you had asked why was it a big issue with the van drivers last year, complaining about another company. There were two companies that were being used to offset the van drivers, and they were upset because they were being paid more money to transport less students than they were transporting. Like, the van drivers are transporting more students than the other two companies. You remember those two companies? Mm-hmm. I think that's the question that you're asking, maybe. It was two companies that were transporting students also that were being paid way more money than the van drivers. And the van drivers were transporting more students and being paid less. So that's where all of everything I think started. And then when the RFP came out with Templeton, then it started more confusion. So it was like a start, and then when the RFP was done, it was another one. So
That was where my unclarity was, because I understood they were already companies.
Yeah.
Not like the larger one were companies. And so then they were told, the van drivers, they needed to become an entity, such as a company, because the ones getting the larger money were companies and said that they can do more, but they weren't, is what I was understanding. But I can just defer this to a later discussion for clarity. Member Harrison.
So now my question becomes, out of all these questions, are we trying to get rid of individual van drivers in favor of companies? Or are we going to keep the van drivers and we're looking for a company to take what the van drivers can't? And that's, I guess that's where my question is now, because, you know.
No, we're not trying to get rid of the van drivers. This year we have all the van drivers, and then we have Templeton, who gets excess of whatever the van drivers are not able to do.
Right.
So as we're doing, that's the reason I posed the question. I just want to make sure that we're doing what the board wanted us to do for this new RFP, to continue with keeping all of our van drivers that want to work with APS and getting a company to do the excess.
So can I ask you
Yes, sir.
right here? So the company that we're looking for with this RFP is to handle what the van drivers can't handle.
Yes, sir.
So that's what we're looking for. So we have the van drivers that we're going to keep them.
If they choose to stay, yes.
If they choose to stay. But the company that we're all talking about now is the company that will handle what the individual van drivers cannot handle.
That is correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm good now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Appreciate you. Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request that this conversation be moved to the Contracts Committee, if the Contracts Committee would have it. I believe it sounded like it was something that generally was amenable to most people, but I would like to have that confirmed. If this is happening in March, then it should be in the Contracts Committee soon.
So Member Molnar, you're making a motion that this be moved to committee, sent to committee?
Go ahead and send it to our committee.
Who second?
We'll handle it. We'll handle it. We
right.
just got to take the bull by the horn and
right.
ride this bull and get it taken care
Member
of.
Molnar, I move that this be moved to committee. Mr. Alexander seconded. Roll call, please.
Bear with me for one.
Yeah.
So what's on the floor is to move this through the contracts committee, correct? Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0 to move to the contract committee.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Superintendent, you may continue with your report.
Sorry, Mr. Keenan.
Good evening, President Jackson and the rest of the board. As Dr. Robinson had mentioned, giving an update on the RFQ process for the new North High School that we are working on. The contract committee, or not, I'm sorry, the selection committee, internal selection committee for the RFQ met late last week to discuss the criteria and the specifics that would be put into the RFQ, and that was done in conjunction with Todd Harpst from Harpst Becker Law Firm. And on earlier today, we finalized the draft with Deborah Falk and I finalized the draft with Harpst and Becker for it to be released for public bidding for architectural and design firm starting this Friday, February 14th. That will be done. That will go for 30 days to allow for submissions, and then the process will continue with review and selection from that point on. That's all we have on for North. Any? Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Thank you, Superintendent. That concludes the superintendent report. There are no other questions. Next, we'll move on to the treasurer report.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. Just for us to keep on the radar are many, many potential moving pieces from a legislative perspective in terms of our budget, which is a bit disconcerting, from federal dollars to the third year of the Fair School Funding Act. All of those are in question right now. So I'll do the best I can to keep you abreast of what's happening. And this week I have an opportunity to speak with some legislators, so I'm looking forward to that to see if I can get any kind of vibe on what may or may not happen, or what that time frame might be if funding is reduced. But currently none of those scenarios are baked into our 5-year forecast. So there's an awful lot on the line, not just for Akron Public Schools, but all public schools right now. So hopefully we can keep a handle on it and respond accordingly. And then we have a finance committee meeting on Tuesday, a week from this Tuesday, actually, not tomorrow, a week from Tuesday, where I'll hopefully be able to do some updates and find out more after this week of meeting with some legislators.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Are there any questions for the treasurer? Okay, if not, we'll prepare for the president's report. I want to yield a portion of my time in my report to Member Harrison, who wanted to make a respond to a public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the time. I think it's important. We seen the Mr. Shropshire come up, and struggled to get her point across, struggled to make clarity because she was trying to tell what happened, but she was also trying to tell it within the rules that the board has adopted. I think it's, we have enough resources, we have enough legal resources to really get a clear answer on what can and cannot be said in public comment. I think that we have run into this issue with a very handsome pastor who pushed it a few months ago, and I think that at that time it was said that the board needed clarity on what could be said and what couldn't be said, but I think when we read the preamble that it really alters conversations. And so I would just ask that we would get some clarity before next meeting on what can and cannot be said in public comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Member Harrison. I do think that's important. For my report, I would like to start off my report. I already shared with you all that I visited I Promise, and Member Autry already spoke a little bit about this, but it is with great pride that I announced that I Promise has successfully exited its designation as an additional targeted, supported, and improvement school, ATSI. This achievement is a testament to the unwavering commitment, resilience, and collaborative effort of our students, educators, and community. It highlights the power of strong leadership, dedicated teaching, and a school culture that believes in every student's potential. Some may ask, what is ATSI? And just to put it quite simply, because we use a lot of acronyms in the field of education, you think of ATSI, and I thought this would be an appropriate analogy, Dr. Molnar, because it's I Promise School, right? So I said, think of it like being on a basketball team. If some players need extra help with their shooting or dribbling, the coach gives them special training so they can improve and play at their best. ATSI works the same way for schools. When a school has a group of students who need extra support in subject areas like reading and math, the state steps in to help make a plan for their success. Schools must show 2 years of progress to exit ATSI status, and I Promise has done just that. I Promise has met and exceeded these benchmarks in both 2023 and 2024, demonstrating higher test scores and academic progress in key subjects, reduced suspensions and improved student behavior, increased student attendance and engagement, strengthened teacher-student relationships, and a greater sense of belonging. Principal Stephanie Davis has been instrumental in I Promise's success, applying her proven track record and strategies from her previous role at Bridges. Under her leadership, the school has seen a decrease in suspensions through proactive behavioral strategies, increased academic achievement and student engagement, the successful implementation of the house system, which enhances positive behavior interventions and supports by fostering a strong sense of community. I Promise's success with the house system has been so impactful that the school will present, I understand, in March, sharing how it has improved behavior, academic motivation, and school pride. And they came across this house system because the leaders and I believe some teachers went down to the Brown Clark Academy, and this is, again, funded and promoted by our collaboration with the LeBron James Family Foundation. So it didn't come out of our budget, but we're able to bring it into our schools to benefit our children. And again, this is the power of partnership. The ongoing support from the LeBron James Family Foundation has been crucial in I Promise's success. Their dedication to resources, mentorship, and community building has helped create a culture of empowerment and excellence. Their contributions include expanding academic support, providing real-world learning experiences, and again, strengthening family and community engagement. This partnership continues to be a pillar of support, reinforcing the mission to inspire, uplift, and provide endless opportunities for success for our learners in our community. It is very important as an educational institution that we look at closing the achievement gaps, which is one of the main focuses of schools such as I Promise. However, we have other schools within our organization that seek to do the same. The superintendent spoke about AAA and their graduation. He said they graduated 21. I checked, I'm telling you, it was 30 students that graduated. I believe some of those students were not only from AAA, but a few were from Bridges. But it still was a sight to see. And it was an exciting moment because, as stated, by the superintendent. Many of these students are students who are defined as at risk, who probably would not have graduated from high school. As I've stated before in this very forum, 85% of incarcerated persons are people who dropped out of high school. It is important that we band together to support programs such as I Promise, such as AAA. And with that being said, we talk about the disparities in education and why it's essential to cultivating young people into successful, contributing citizens who take pride in themselves and their accomplishment. Every student deserves the opportunity to develop the skills necessary for academic achievement and lifelong success. I keep quoting the research that shows education instability and disengagement have long-term consequences. Students who lack support are at greater risk of dropping out, which again can lead to significantly higher challenges in life, including increased incarceration rates. When we prioritize stabilizing, thoughtful decision-making, and inclusive approach to school improvement, we can break these cycles and build stronger futures. I don't say this just because I'm on a soapbox. I say this because I'm concerned. And as I stated, as president of the Akron Board of Education, I reaffirm my commitment to transparency, student advocacy, and supporting our dedicated educators. Recent decisions regarding school relocation, including Akron Alternative Academy and SOAR, have raised concerns about communication and planning. When changes occur without prioritizing student and staff needs, we risk disrupting learning and undermining trust in our district. I bring this up not to point fingers. At a recent instructional policy meeting, I asked the question whether teachers and administrators had a voice in these decisions. While I was assured they were included, I've since been contacted by teachers and administrators who felt left out of key conversations. This highlights the importance of engaging those most affected in meaningful discussions before decisions are finalized. Moving forward, we must ensure greater collaboration and transparency in decision-making. This is not about, again, assigning blame to anyone, but it is about fostering inclusive conversations with educators, administrators, and families to achieve the best outcomes for our students. Thoughtful planning and clear communication must guide every step so that changes happen with student and staff input, not merely changes happening to them, but changes happening that involves them. To our educators, your dedication shapes the future of our students, and you deserve clear communication, thoughtful planning, and a district that supports your mission. To our families and students, your voices matter, your concerns are heard, and I will continue to advocate for decisions that place success and well-being at the center of our work. Again, this is not to pose blame to anyone, but when I say I'm going to say it on the mic, I mean that every time. When I ask questions in committee, teachers are watching these meetings. The principals are watching these meetings. And so when they circle back to me, I'm going to circle back to you in this forum, because we must, if we're about transparency, we must be transparent. And I'm so thankful of what we see happening at I Promise. I'm so thankful of the great work that's happening at AAA and with SOAR. And this is why we have to collectively come together. Teachers and the administrators have to have more than just a small committee that speaks for them, but you have to have the ones really in the weeds speaking to these decisions and problem-solving solutions. I know we're in a bind. I know that right now they have to move, and this steward is the move, and we're making decisions and voting on those things. But we have to be very intentional, because then we cannot weep about low enrollment or people leaving our district when this is the treatment that they receive. Thank you. That concludes the President's report. Next, we'll have committee report, legal contracts, and board policy.
Thank you, Madam President. We met on February the 10th. Those present, I apologize, I didn't get all the names down. Reverend Harrison was there. We had Mrs. Carter, and we also had an attorney there. And during this meeting, we first had the first reading of policy 5511, dress and grooming, as well as the first reading for repeal of policy 551101, school uniforms. Both policies will be presented to the board for a second reading at our next meeting. The committee also reviewed the nepotism policy, and this will be continued at our next policy committee meeting. In addition, we're reviewing the vendor policy as there's been some updates for Neola. Also, we will be also with some mandatory updates that are related to attendance, students and parents' rights, purchasing, public records, special education, and school improvement. These are some things that will be coming out in our upcoming meetings. Our next meeting is February the 18th at 5:30 here in this room. Pastor Harris, if you have anything to add. Hey, that's our report, Madam President.
Thank you, Member Alexander. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none. Next, we'll hear from Finance and Capital Management.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance Committee met right after our last board meeting, and we had covered during our board meeting what we met about, which was just a general overview of the budget and where we are. The good news is that since we met, the governor did present his budget, which means that the budgetary process has begun in Columbus. So he did include the third-year fair funding in his budget, and that's a great thing. There are enough members so far that are saying on both sides of the aisle that they do support fair funding, so that if they do not include it in the budget, the governor can line item veto, and they will not have enough votes to vote it out. So that's the good news, that the governor is supporting the fair funding, and that there does not appear to be enough votes to override that veto. So yeah. So on February 18th is when we are scheduled to meet again, finance, and hopefully we'll be able to get get an update on our 5-year forecast and where we are with that, with the adjustments and the cuts that will be necessary to make sure that we meet those targets. The Budget Finance Committee will be meeting here in this room on the 18th at 4:30. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Next, we'll hear from Instructional Policy. I'm sorry. Are there any questions for Finance and Capital Management? Mr. Alexander, Vice President.
Comment. It's good to hear that the governor and them are behind the fair school funding, because we need that, and I think that's something important. And Representative Sykes Board Member Sykes did state something about working across the aisles, because that's what's going to take to get this money that we need to help educate our students. So thank you, Madam President. Keep wanting to call you all these different titles, Ms. Sykes.
Thank you, Vice President Alexander. If no other questions or comments, we'll move on to Instructional Policy and Student Achievement, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Instructional Policy and Student Achievement Committee met on Monday, February 23rd. We had a presentation regarding the AT building closure. The board did vote to close the AT building last spring. So right now they're moving into that. There's that location has needs that need to be met that would cost the district a lot of money, and we do have other locations to move our students in. So there are 2 schools right now, actually 3, running out of the OP building. We have AAA, we have APS Online, and SOAR. All 3 of these operating schools have increased in enrollment, and the committee was informed that Stewart would be the best fit to move AAA, because they do have a new roof, they do have a new parking lot. So I know that we voted to close Stewart, but they are asking for us to reopen Stewart to allow AAA to go there. We did ask, actually, President Jackson asked about AAA, since there's so many kids that attend AAA, to go to Bridges. And after consideration and conversation, they stated that Stewart would be the best fit due to all of the extra increased opportunity for the students. We were also asked questions about transportation. With the OP building being downtown, students would be more likely to be able to go to Bridges, but to your comment earlier, I will stated that there was conversations regarding teachers and staff about them going to Stewart. Also, the relocation for on APS Online and SOAR will be going to Essex. We also did ask questions regarding transportation for those students going to Essex. And the students that attend SOAR are bused, so that wouldn't be a problem with them. Is that correct? Their SOAR students are bused. Okay, no, I'm sorry. She answered it. That they're bused, so that would not be a problem with them going to Essex. So that's, I'm sorry, that's the gist of our instructional policy, is to reopen Stewart so that AAA can attend Stewart, and APS Online and SOAR can go to Essex, and we can close the Ott building. Just to reiterate a conversation that I had earlier, was due to us closing these buildings such as Firestone and Ott, and schools are now being vandalized because there's no activity in those buildings. I asked, would we be able to open these buildings until we're able to sell them to organizations, such as nonprofit organizations running programming for our students? If we have people in these buildings, we would less likely have people to vandalize them. So I know that was a question that I asked. So I would like for the superintendent and his team to kind of look into that, seeing if we could, since we're paying for the utilities right now anyways, why not have programming in these buildings so that we can reduce the vandalism? So what happened to the other schools that were potentially so in Erie Island, where they had all the glass being broke and the graffiti, and kids could go in there and be harmed? If we can prevent that by being proactive now, by utilizing the buildings that we're closing to nonprofit organizations. That includes my report.
Thank you for that, Member Hall. Are there any questions?
I have a question about Essex. What's there now? I thought we had pre-K. Yeah.
We have 4 pre-K classrooms that are still there.
Okay.
Those pre-K classrooms will be relocated back throughout the district, wherever there's available space, which we do have the space. And Akron, I'm sorry, the online program would go there, and SOAR would also go there.
Okay, and I guess this is for a committee, but I'm just wondering if we are trying to increase the pre-K, I'm just trying to make sure that we're not going to shuffle too much where we don't have a home for anything.
Right, and thank you for that question, Pastor Harrison. We do have the space, and for this movement, we still have available slots that are still out there. So in terms of the enrollment, it would not put us in a bad place in terms of these 4 classrooms being moved. And it also, we're looking at the staffing as well, but we would still be able to do full day pre-K in the way that we really want to do it, so that we have the support that is needed in those classrooms. But yeah, we still have some vacancies in terms of teaching positions and para positions where we have subs in those. So it wouldn't be an issue with the student population, but it would help us in terms of even the staffing, so that we're not losing anything, and the kids still would be able to have the full-time option. We still would have part-time just like we have now. So it's only 4 classrooms, but we also have 4 classrooms where we could move those teachers to take those other vacancies. So it would kind of be a wash.
Member Autry.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is about moving AAA to Stewart. I don't know if we have the answer yet. Is it going to require significant retrofitting with Stewart previously being early learning elementary? Is there going to be any costs associated with getting it up to, I guess,
No.
high school, because AAA is high school?
No, because the thing is, with a lot of those classrooms, a lot of the students, the students, they're there, so they come and go. And some of it, they're not there, I guess, all the time. So and with the AAA, with AAA, they come and go. But with the online program, the students come in only if they need assistance from, and that's in another building, but only if they need assistance from teachers would they come in. But in terms of the AAA students, we're not gonna have to do any retrofitting for the building. And if we had to do something, it would be very minor, but we don't foresee having to do any changes to the building. Yeah.
Ms. Caver, because you were the person that was speaking to it, but do you have anything to add to this about the retrofit, or if anything will have to change? I'm only calling you, ma'am. If you don't have anything to add, I don't want to have you come up. Whoever would know something.
Yeah, that seems like that. No.
Come maybe to the mic, please, Ms. Caver, Dr. Caver.
Thank you, President Jackson. And Superintendent Robinson has definitely given the response in terms of we don't expect any significant changes to the building. There will be some things that need to be done. It hasn't been operational in a year, but we don't consider those major changes. There may be some ceiling tiles. I believe we've reported some painting, some things like that. In terms of, I think the question that Ms. Autry was asking had specifically to do like retrofitting, thinking that it's the elementary building to high school building. We will be utilizing our furniture that's in the other buildings, so you would just move like the desks and things that are appropriate to the high schoolers, but similar to what happened when we moved STEM into Robinson CLC, we discovered that we have standard toilet and sink sizes in the main restrooms. Of course, if there's a kindergarten classroom that has a little toilet in there, they just wouldn't utilize that. So yes, it is in alignment with what the superintendent just stated, but we don't expect to have those any major infrastructure needs, and that's why part of our recommendation is Stewart versus the needs that are at I to remain open.
Thank you, Dr. Member Molnar, please. Did you have questions for Caver or just?
Possibly.
Okay.
Generally, I think this whole conversation, first, thank you for bringing this through committee. Having it through committee before it came here gave us the opportunity to think about a lot of questions before today. I don't know if we'll have answers to all of those questions now, but I do remember when we voted to close Stewart, it was at a cost saving of $90,000. So are we saying that some of those retrofittings will be on top of that $90,000, that we might be spending more than $90,000 to keep this building open? And whatever those remodels or repairs or fixes are, when, like by what date would we have a cost estimate of what we would need to do? Yeah.
So I can't speak to the $90,000, Dr. Molinar, so I would have to get that information from facilities. But what we can do is go ahead and make a list and a cost proposal to the board in terms of what we believe it'll cost to make it operational for the staff there.
Thanks. That would, sir, follow up also as far as the classrooms too. There were like 6 classes there, and I missed it. Where are those classes moving to when they're not there anymore? What buildings are those classes moving to?
So it's not exactly what we would per se call a move. In terms of Dr. Robinson has already spoken. I'm sorry. Did you want to? Yes.
Are you talking about Essex now? Because no one's in Stewart.
Okay, so no one's in Stewart, and then there are, so the 6 classes you were talking about are in Essex?
It's four pre-K classrooms they are at Essex. Nothing is in Stewart right now.
So where are those classes moving?
The 4 classrooms from Essex, where we would have to look at where there's available, which we do have 4 classrooms right now that have a sub in them. So whatever those 4 buildings are, that's where those classrooms would move, because our class numbers are not all the way to the max numbers, so we still have room for further students that want to be a part of it. But I don't have the names of those specific buildings right now, but I can get that.
I would like to also add to that we will go through the proper collective bargaining agreement transfer process and vacancy process to determine where those specific staff members would be. And then when you talk about the scholars, some of them move on to kindergarten, so they don't necessarily stay in the same classrooms anyway, a nice portion of them. But we will go through exactly what Dr. Robinson is saying, identifying the vacancies that we have, and then the staff members go through the process in order to go to those vacancies. And we are in the process of doing all of that now.
Thank you. That concludes your questions, Member Mona.
Yeah, the resolution I know is coming up, and I don't know how much of the conversation needs to be here during committee or how much of it is at the resolution, because from what I'm hearing is there's a lot of information the board doesn't know yet. We don't know where the classes are going. We don't know if we're spending $90,000 or not. And to me, that feels like we're not ready for a resolution. So I don't know if we move it off the consent agenda now or later, but I would like to make a motion at some point to wait on this until we have financial information and classroom information.
So just one point of clarification, if I could. The resolution is not about the Essex classrooms and the pre-K scholars and where they are. The resolution is just about opening Stewart for the use. And so the cost information in terms of what we estimate needs to be done, yes, we can get that information to you. I don't know if Mr. Keenan has already proposed that, but definitely if you want specific details, we can get that information. We do know, as of right now, we do know that OT needs a roof and needs parking lot, and that those things we will not have those costs to incur to keep Stewart open. And so those are millions of dollars in itself. And we do not anticipate millions of dollars in order to do the work that needs to be done at Stewart to keep it open. But yes, we can, of course, it's the will of the board, but the resolution is to ask to open Stewart for use of educational purposes and to proceed with closing OT.
One second, Member Mona, and I'll defer back to you. Also, when you're doing that cost analysis, there should be an offset amount for what we're paying already to run AAA at the building, correct? So if the $90,000 that Member Molnar is referencing, I'm just saying this for clarity, and facilities and can help me with that. If there's a dollar amount that we're already spending to function at the yacht building, and a great portion of that will go to transfer to Stewart, because SOAR is going to Essex, so that portion will be out. So if we can do a cost analysis, maybe to show, that will add some clarity to questions about how much is spent, because it won't be the total $90,000 that's absorbed, because some of that will be offset by the monies that's coming from OT, right? So if that could be like laid out. Member Molnar?
I was just going to say, in that cost analysis, whatever it is, which theoretically I understand, we add a little here, we subtract over here, we have 4 less classrooms than we used to have, right? If we take the kids out of Essex and then we put them where there's a sub, we have 4 less classes than we used to have for pre-K. So I understand theoretically what pluses and minuses do, but the fact that there isn't a single board member that has seen numbers on paper tells me we are not ready for a resolution.
Just for clarity, again, the resolution is not for Essex. It is for opening Stewart, which is AAA. Essex is the elementary that has the pre-K students in it. And for another, just point of clarity, because it sounds confusing. I'm not confused. I think I'm clear that the pre-K students will then go to other pre-Ks throughout the district that are not filled to capacity.
Correct.
Right. And then SOAR, and that portion of the fund will go to Essex. The resolution is solely dealing with this board who voted to close Stewart, now voting to open up Stewart for its functional use for AAA.
Correct. That is our ask.
Okay, so when you, remember, Martin, I'm just saying this with all due respect and clarity. When you bring up the 4, again, in classrooms, it's muddying the waters because the resolution has nothing to do with those 4. Unless you're talking about pulling something out separately, I can understand that. But this resolution has nothing to do with the 4 classroom, the pre-Ks that will fill up other pre-Ks around the district, which has been said. It has solely to do with Stewart.
Which we have no numbers for.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you talk about doing some work at Stewart as well, some of that work will probably be done through our staff. But you're talking about the ceilings, okay, that's going to be done through our staff. So you're not paying any more money. That's just part of their job. If you're talking about painting, those are people. They're going to paint it, so it's not going to cost us any more money. If you talk about some of the other things, moving furniture and some of that stuff, it's not going to cost us any more money. So what we're doing is just going in there, for a better lack of words, just tallying up and fixing up what we need to fix up so it'll be safe and for those students to move into, they can come have a school that they can come to, a building they can come to make sure they can get their work done. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think I may have taken us off course here. My concern and my question, and we can do it in committee, was, were we losing early pre-K? Were we gaining? Were we losing it? That was what I was trying to, if we take them out of Essex, will we have more or less early?
You're going to have the same number of students.
Okay.
Because we don't have, our classrooms are not full. So those kids at those 4 classrooms would easily, those parents would have the option of going wherever they would like to go in the district. For the 25-26 school year. But the classrooms right now, not all of them are completely full. And keep in mind, as Dr. Caver said, those students are going to now transition, most of them will transition now to kindergarten. We're hoping that they will stay with us and go to kindergarten in the building that they are currently in for pre-K. But they could always transition to another building if they want to for kindergarten and continue, But we have 4 subs, 3 or 4 subs right now that are in our pre-K classrooms. The teachers that are in there would move into those teaching positions. And then the kids wouldn't have subs. We hope not. And those subs can be used in other places where we may need a sub. So you're not losing any students. Hopefully we will gain even more. But it's just moving them, and they would just fill up spaces throughout the district for next year. Those pre-K students that are there now at Essex will be kindergartners next year. So they will, hopefully, their parents will allow us to continue to educate them. They will be distributed to other buildings anyway. So you'll have a new set of kids that would be coming. But they would go to the schools that we have, the pre-K classrooms available.
Thank you. Is that everyone's clear? All right, next we'll hear from Equity, the Equity Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Equity Committee met on January 15th. The members of the chair is, of course, the chair of the committee is Member Hall, vice chair is Member Molinar, and I'm on the committee, and somehow I'm giving the report. But I like to follow my chair and do as she asks. Do as she asked. It was my pleasure. Thank you. So it was really, really, really very interesting and amazing committee meeting that we had. We had a report on the Akron Public School procedures for supporting families during emergencies. And those emergencies right now are dealing with our immigrant families and what's happening in the event that they find themselves face to face with ICE. And it was just so amazing to hear the work that the staff has done with our students and giving them as much information as possible, and our superintendent working under his leadership, and what they have done to hopefully make our families feel safer and knowing their rights. So there was a little card that was distributed to each one of us, and on one card, on one side it was in English, the other card it dealt with different languages that we have throughout our community and our schools, and just to let them know what their rights are in the event that they find themselves in a situation that they don't know what to do. And it goes right in line with our cornerstone one, which is safety and belonging commitment. And so Adam Motter, who gave a wonderful presentation, he indicated that Yvonne Culver was not with us, but had worked on that with him, as well as Dr. Carla Jackson was here and provided a presentation. So I think that after we finished that we all felt, and Member Harrison and Board President Jackson was also in attendance, I think we all felt some sense of relief that our children, our students, our family feels that the Akron Public School is really working with them, and that they know their rights, and they know, feel comfortable that is okay, that it's just okay. And that's all I think we can do now, just make them feel as comfortable as possible that it's okay. So I left that meeting feeling that way, that we're okay, and we're doing all that we can to support our families. The second meeting topic dealt with our community learning centers. And as we started that, I was wondering, Member Autry, where is Member Autry on our community learning centers? Because we actually got a facility rental handbook, a handbook. We looked at how long have we been dealing with our community learning centers, and did we come up with 21 years or 22 years? And we finally have a handbook, and it's cooperation and collaboration between our superintendent, our mayor. We also had the Youth Success Summit with Dr. Ella McWilliams-Woods, which we all are familiar with, as well as Rochelle Wardell with the City of Akron, and of course our director from Business Affairs, and Mr. Incorvia, who works with the different parts of assigning and the various facilities when someone is looking for those. So we heard that there is now a proposed structure fee. Group A, B, and C. And they are working on the rates, because as you figured, the first thing we asked was, what is it going to cost? What's the rates? How are you deciding who's Group A, Group B, Group C? So they will come. She indicated, I believe, Dr. McWilliams Wood indicated that within a month that they should be able to come back to the committee and to give us a presentation on what the cost will be. We had wonderful discussion. It went into the evening, so much so until we were unable to finish our total agenda. So we are planning on completing our agenda at our next board meeting, which will be our next committee meeting, which will be March 3rd, here in this room at 5:30. Yes, so that is the report of the Akron Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sykes. Member Hall?
I would just like to apologize to Member Sykes. I wanted to share the love, and I was like, me doing 2 reports, I can't do that. But then I forgot, oh man, she has to report out when you got up. So thank you so much. While our other colleagues was on the beach and the island. No, I'm joking. They were at a conference. Don't want to get rumors started, right? But just to add to that, also Danico Buckley Knight, who is the Youth Opportunity Strategist with the City of Akron, was also there. And he hosts monthly meetings with YSS and a group of nonprofit organizations. APS is at the table, City of Akron's at the table, and other organizations come together to talk about these issues with our CLCs.
and trying to find other ways. So like Mrs. Sykes said, they'll be here next month to talk about pricing. We also talked about insurance, right? What does insurance look like for our community members? Not everyone owns a home to put that on their homeowners. Or even if they do, extra money, the extra cost is a lot to utilize our CLCs. And we need to take it back to why the CLCs were built when they were coming together, having community meetings about the use of the community using the CLC. So I am in those meetings too, so good conversation, but to actually have something in writing is amazing. I said to Dr. Ellen McWoods, I said, you know, you were on this side of APS making decisions. You weren't on the other side where you were actually hearing those complaints and understanding. I said it looks different now because now you're on the other side and you are seeing and actually listening to the public. And now you have to figure out other ways. And she said, yeah, you're right. Now, you know, I have to understand things differently. So I appreciate that when, you know, people retire, then they have to go back and not have to, but they choose to continue the work of our youth and to be able to come with a more open arms and ears to really, really listen. Not saying that's not what we're doing, but I think it looks different when we're actually hearing everyone's issues with all the people at the table. And nobody's just agreeing on the same thing. Everybody has different issues. As far as the cheerleaders, when it's cold outside, they only get 10 days, but they have to practice for a competition, you know, for 30 days, what that looks like. Because these are our kids that are outside in the cold after football season. So having all of these people at the table to have the conversations is great. So I just wanted to apologize to Ms. Sykes and also piggyback on the Equity Committee. You guys are all doing great work, and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam President. There were two topics here, and I do want to address each topic separately. First, I'll start with CLCs. I'm happy to hear the CLC conversation is not only happening, but is continuing. I'm happy to hear that it sounds like there's more conversations happening, coming back with rates. I am confused of why this is happening in equity instead of in the Joint Board of Review. Does that mean we no longer have a Joint Board of Review, or is that are those meetings no longer happening? Is that no longer a committee? What's happening with that?
Sure.
Dr. Molnar, I can tell you that we have both from the superintendent's office and my office continually have been reaching out, trying to schedule those meetings, but we have been unsuccessful in scheduling a meeting. But it's not because we're not trying.
Thank you. As far as unsuccessful scheduling a meeting, is it on our side with the board, or it sounds like people came to an equity meeting?
Well, that joint board of review is a combination of district folks and city leadership, and that's where we had a meeting scheduled in December that got canceled. We've made repeated calls, and hopefully things will settle down for the city and that they can come to a meeting with us, but that's where we stood. We've had one meeting, but it was just internal. It wasn't to have, we can't have the conversation amongst ourselves. We have to have it with them.
Okay, sorry. I thought the people in attendance were, someone from the city was in attendance at the equity meeting. No?
Well, that's possible. I wasn't there.
Okay.
But in terms of a joint review board, that committee coming together, it hasn't met in, I think, over 2 years.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, Member Harrison and then Member Hall, and okay, Member Harrison, Hall, and then
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say that I have talked with the board, the past president, Diana Autry, about this issue with the Joint Board of Review. We've talked, before I came on the board, we talked for the last couple of years. I've talked to a number of people, and I would just urge the city of Akron to come to the table to set a meeting so that we can get some understanding, some clarity, There's still some money that is involved in this joint board of review. There is some, I'm gonna call some resolutions that have to be addressed. And so I just wanted to publicly say that the board has continued to try to push for a meeting of the joint board of review. I think we all came together to pass that 0.25% income tax to build these buildings. It was a partnership then. It's still a partnership. But as the treasurer has said, you can't have a partnership with just one entity. And so I would just urge the city of Akron to come to the table so that we can get some clarity on some of these issues that have been outstanding with this joint board of review. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Harrison. Member Hall?
As far as the joint board of review and this YSS coming to equity, YSS has come to equity and instructional policy, I think, before we've had these conversations. So I don't think it was a big issue. I'm not saying that it is, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, for them to come to equity. I think also once we decide to change the name, maybe we can pull more organizations and things like that in these committees, because I think it was a great conversation for YSS to be either an instructional policy or what we're calling now equity, to talk to us about what's going on for our students. So I don't know if that's in joint board of review, but I do like the fact that they came to the committee for this discussion, and then we can also have community people that want to come in. I think we had a couple of community representatives that came in and sat in on that meeting too. So I would still like to have something like YSS, whatever organizations, to still come to one of our 4 committees so that we can have that discussion.
Thank you, Member Hall. Member Molnar, please.
Thank you. Okay.
Member Sykes.
Yeah, it's on CLC. Yeah. Thank
Sykes.
you, Madam President. I would just say, I don't know what's been happening with the Joint Board of Review, but I definitely know that Ms. Waddell and Mr. Incorvia considered themselves, I believe, representing the mayor here at the meeting that we participated in. So,
And the NICO too. The NICO was.
yeah, yes. Why do I keep forgetting? Yes, yes. So I think they all saw themselves as being here on behalf of the city of Akron and the mayor's office. So I don't know what this could be, but I left the meeting thinking that the city, Akron Public Schools, that we were all working together with the community learning centers, and that we really was coming together finally and coming up with a solution that the community, who we know have been very frustrated about, and with solutions that individuals won't feel. I think Dr. McWilliams said, people have been a little bit upset. I said, quite frankly, people have been pissed off. So it went beyond that, and I think they would be happy to see that this is happening now. So I didn't get the idea that the mayor's office or that the city is not willing to cooperate with us. And I think that they are cooperating with us. And perhaps maybe we just need to follow up again and find out why we can't seem to get the agenda together. I know everybody's busy and there's all types of things going on, but they were here at this meeting, which I appreciated.
Yeah.
Madam President.
Yes, thank you, Member Sykes, and I concur with what Ms. Sykes said. It really did appear to be a collaborative effort, and so to something that Member Molinar said, as I yield to Vice President Alexander, was, so do we not, is Joint Board of Review not the right name? Do we not need that? Because all parties showed up into Equity Committee, and then we have this Joint Board of Review, but as I was present, and as Ms. Sykes said, it was a collaborative effort. It was clearly collaborative. You had representation from the city. You had community leader. It seemed aligned, but so I'm not sure what's the difference with the JBR. That's what I was going to ask. Well, what do you want? Is the mayor supposed to be there? I didn't know. That's what I'm asking, because when you say that, when you say, we're waiting on the city and it was city officials, this is a real question. I'm not being facetious. I was like, well, who are they talking? Do they mean the mayor? Mr. Alexander?
That's what I was going to explain. The Joint Board of Review had administration from the city of Akron, the people they chose to be on that. Akron Public Schools had the president, normally vice president, and 2 other individuals, and then there were other people depending on what they were talking on. And those individuals talked about a lot of different things. A lot of times they got canceled, but that was the reason for those 2 to work together that way. Now it could change, and maybe they'll change it the way it is. It wants to be the equity piece, but it was for the more or less the administration leadership to get together and talk about things and how they should move forward with the CLCs and any other projects that the city of Akron and Akron Public Schools had together.
Thank you, Vice President Alexander. Member Hall.
Just for clarity and put it on the record, Rochelle Wardon is the education and health strategist under Mayor Malik, and Danico Buckley Knight is the youth opportunity strategist under Mayor Malik. So those are the titles. They represent him, when they come. So we did have city representation. I just wanted to put their names out there and their titles for the record.
Thank you, Member Hall. Member Autry?
Yeah, I just wanted to also clarify that joint border review. I know you might not remember when we had our very first retreat, we reviewed the policy that was created out of that JBR, which was like, I think, a 50-page document that encapsulated that agreement, I guess the new one. So the other things that happened in that committee, we would get the report outs after the building projects were done. So we would learn if things were over budget, under budget. And then we also got reports on the minority representation on the projects as well. So there were other things that were part of that joint border review. So other than the CLC agreement, which is hugely important. So I just wanted to add that. And missing money.
Yeah.
You're right.
I wanted to get there, okay? There is still an account with money, okay? And we're talking millions of dollars that we have to find a resolution to who gets what money. And so the Youth Summit, Youth Success Summit, those collaborations are definitely needed. Access to the CLCs are definitely needed, but there's $16 million. I'm close?
It's even higher than that now. It's probably at about $17.5 million at this point.
So what I'm talking about is $17 million that this school system can be using or not. If we're going to split it, let's split it, okay? But we need our money.
Superintendent.
So, thank you, President Jackson. So to Pastor Harrison's comment and Mrs. Autry, when I came here, we kind of started working on, because that was one of the things that the board shared that was something I needed to be working on. So that's kind of how we started this other process. And then I learned that there was a joint board of review, and then I read about it. We will have to have a meeting because the funds that we are going to need to help us to do the things we need to do, only that committee, and it spells out who should be on there. Okay. So that's the reason why we've been trying to meet with them. So I'm sure the mayor we can get a meeting with him so that we can move forward, because we will need the money.
Well, especially now, y'all on the mic calling them out. I'm pretty sure expeditiously, possibly. Okay. If any Member Molnar.
Sorry. Thank you. I probably should have done the other order. I did not realize this would be such an in-depth conversation, but it sounded very productive. So the other topic during the Equity Committee meeting was, as Member Sykes pointed out, about guidelines if an agent comes into a building And I did have people emailing me since the meeting. I was not at the Equity Committee meeting because I was at the Equity and Advocacy for Equity conference. So I did watch the committee meeting, trying to answer some of the emails that I received, because people had questions about, if someone came into the office. And when I rewatched the Equity Committee meeting, I heard them say, we are going to verify their credentials. But it was not quite clear from that meeting who we were. So I sent an email to administration and explained I work at the University of Akron, so I read their guidelines, and the guidelines spell out, if an agent provides a subpoena or search warrant, that people in an office are to be informed that no one in the office is authorized to review the documents, and the agent should wait while you contact the Office of General Counsel. And so I asked administration what our office staff, I said, are our office staff being trained to ask the agent to wait, and have the administrative guidelines been updated to reflect that, which I thought was a yes or no question. And the answer I got was confusing. It said, our current policy aligns with our procedures, so we should be fine. And that did not provide clarity to me. And as I was at the Advocacy for Equity conference, this is important. This is about the safety of children who are put into our care. And so just a simple yes or no answer for the office staff, because we aren't, at least at the University of Akron, we aren't training deans or department chairs to validate a subpoena or warrant. So are we training office staff to ask people to wait while we call legal?
Yes, we are.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent. Member Molnar, was that that was the last piece of your question? Or did you have any? Okay, that's it. Okay, Member Harrison, and then I would like to get.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the committee meeting, it was really a lot of good information, and I think it put me at ease. But I think we need to be careful. We do have a director of security who has spent a few years in law enforcement. There are some things that I believe that we have to be careful, some practices, some approaches that we have to be careful when we say in an open meeting that probably is left better internal with the director of security. Well, first of all, the federal government specializes in opening and locked doors. That's, so you're never going to keep them out if they want to come in. But the policies and procedures and how they do what they do, and we have a director of security with 30 years of law enforcement experience. I think that some of the things we probably, and that's what I was thinking in the meeting, some of the approaches are probably just internal approaches and are best practices, because when we're dealing with warrants, when we're dealing with federal agencies, you can only do best practices because they're going to do what they want to do. So.
Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. In the meeting, in our equity, I did propose a question about, once we allow them through the doors to get into the office, what happens then if they choose to walk out or see a kid walking past, and it might be, what have you. Our team did say that Officer Jones, I'm sorry, maybe I need to use your right title, but that he would be notified and other people will be notified before anything takes place. So, yeah, I think to answer your question, everybody's going to be notified before they just allow someone to go in. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's relevant and very good discussion, especially at this time. At this time, if there's no other questions or further discussion, is there a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes from February 27?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Molnar. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved and properly second by Member, was it Harrison or Hall? Harrison, by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Autry?
Abstain.
Abstain. Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a motion to approve the special board meeting minutes for the board meeting held on January 29, 25? It needs to be a correction for the other one, January.
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Sykes. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Member Molnar. Any discussion? Hearing none. Dr. Thompson, roll call, please.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Abstain.
Motion carries 6-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. We'll now hear from our personnel recommendations from Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Jackson. Looking at the personnel recommendations, are there any questions in section 10?
I'm sorry, Member Molnar, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions from 10. Do I ask them all at once or one at a time? How would you like me to handle this?
You can run them. You can just ask them all at once, and then if you need to take notes, Superintendent, to be able to answer them, I would like for you to just go ahead.
Okay. So my questions for section 10, 10.2, 3, and 4, it looks like some of these might be new positions from the general fund. I was pretty consistent before the levy about not approving any new positions from the general fund. Now the levy has passed, and I still believe in transparency, but I know that the fiscal budget reductions and restructuring, I think that went through finance, and then we said it was supposed to come back through finance because it was not finalized. So I don't know where we stand on the budget right now, but I'm seeing new positions from the general fund, concerned about approving anything new without solid understanding of the budget.
10.3, that is in the budget. That actual contract is really for $6,900, and so we're giving this employee $5,000 for taking on extra duties outside of his regular duties. So that is budgeted for. That would have been a stipend that would have gone to the someone if they would have picked that up. Next is 10.4. We did hire a kindergarten teacher due to our increased numbers in kindergarten at one of our buildings. And then, so that was the new position in 10.4. And then did you have another one? You said 10.3, 10.4. Oh, 10.2. Oh, yeah, that's someone coming back from leave of absence.
So I guess I should already know this by now, but is there a place where I can see a budget, not the 5-year forecast, but the actual budget? Where would I see something like how much, like in New Jersey's Department of Education, I met some people from New Jersey when we were in DC. You can go to their website and click on any district in the entire state, and you see a very detailed budget on how much they're spending in every single area. Do we have somewhere that board members can see what the budget is?
You vote and approve the final appropriations. So anything above and beyond the appropriations would require a transfer of funds. So the document that I think you're referencing would be, if you want to go item by item, would be that final appropriations that you voted on in October. So if it's on, but in terms of, I'm not sure it'll give you the exact specificity that I think you're looking for in terms of, it's not going to say there should be 3,154 teachers, for example. It won't be that specific, but it'll give you a dollar amount that is budgeted for staff.
Yes. It isn't as specific as what New Jersey requires of all of its districts, but the thing we did in October was before we were supposed to do the reductions. So I didn't know if we had landed anywhere with that, because I believe that was in December.
Can you clarify that? I'm not sure what you mean.
So in our Friday notes, there is a link, and it says, let me read it. It says 2025-2026 fiscal budget reductions and restructuring reduction proposal.
Correct.
But it only has, I think, like 4 lines on it. So how do I know, if these are part of that?
So, school finance is very cumbersome to even explain, and sometimes even for us on this end, but we manage to figure through it all. But you're always going to be hiring teachers, bus drivers, paraprofessionals, secretaries. Those are things that you're going to consistently be hiring all year. We don't know when a teacher is going to, something happens and they leave, or whatever the situation may be, but you have to budget for the unknown. And if we grow in student population, which is a good problem to have, then you're going to have to provide a teacher for those scholars that are in that particular school. So we can't sit here and tell you that you're not going to hire teachers, because you will. You're going to hire bus drivers. If we have too many kids on one bus and we need to get a different bus, or if we have a sub on a bus and we are hiring and we get a permanent person, then we're going to want to hire them, because we want to make sure we have permanent bus drivers. I think the way that we do some things with child nutrition and with bus drivers, we tend to hire them temporarily. We see if they want to stay, if we want to keep them, and then they get to a point where they have learned the job, and we can say, okay, we would like to hire you full time. And by then they have been trained, so they understand. But we're constantly hiring those positions all year. So there's not, you will see new teachers. That's a good problem to have. But I mean, we've budgeted for that so that we could have, if we need a teacher, because otherwise you're going to end up with a union issue, because you have too many students in a classroom. What do we do with them? How do we solve it? You have to hire somebody. So you're going to see, you will see that. What you're asking for, Dr. Molinar, I'm very familiar with. To your point, no, ma'am, we do not have that here. That does not exist here. What we have is what Dr. Thompson, the treasurer, stated, the appropriations. But what you're looking for is a budget where you can actually go. We do not have that here. I'm familiar with it because I've worked in other states, but no, ma'am, we don't have that here.
Our Member Molnar, is that?
I guess my only follow-up is how can we, I understand there is ebb and flow. I understand that people come and people go and needs change. What I don't understand is how we can make good decisions without a plan. And that's what I'm asking for is where, so I can reference the plan. But maybe a plan is something on our horizon. I don't. My last question, 10.8, I see that there's a something here, job description, general counsel. Did that go through a committee? Did that go through legal committee? Where did the job description come from?
We did, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we did work with our legal counsel on helping us with creating just job description. The one that we had years and years ago, we used to have a general counsel before, but the job description was real thin. And so we did work with legal to help us with making sure the things that were in there were appropriate for a school district. And also, this would be a replacement of a previous position that we had. It wouldn't be a new position. It would be new, but it's replacing another position that we had within the district.
Legal counsel, did it go through a board committee?
The job description did not.
Previously, we had brought this job description, but we had to make some changes to it, which was probably almost a year ago when we brought it. And so we did bring it back through legal for there to be more adjustments and changes to it. But recently, no, it has not gone through committee because we had already previously brought it like several months ago.
I don't want to cut your wisdom. Did you have some? Okay. And just for clarity, if I'm recalling, because based off of our board policies and bylaws, the superintendent with these job descriptions, you do have the levity to, it necessarily does not have to come through committee, the job description. However, when we vote on, like if we were putting the position into works, that's where this board would vote on it. But you are fully empowered in regard to the management of positions and job descriptions within the district, and that is in our board policies and bylaws.
Well, yes, ma'am.
No, just for clarity, yes, because the question is, did the job description come through committee? And I'm positing that you have the liberty to, as it's been done, as I understand it, to do the job description, have it legally looked at by legal counsel, and move forward without it coming through the board.
Yeah, I would bring any other ones. It's just because we had already brought this one before, and we made changes to the changes is why I was bringing it back. But any other positions, I still would bring the job descriptions to the Finance Committee.
All right. All right, I think we can move on. And then I just think for that budget that Member Molnar was talking about, just to go back a little bit, I think that's something for discussion, and I just wonder who would orchestrate something like that, a detailed line item kind of budget. I understand if we have over 3,000 teachers in the district, it wouldn't be this per teacher based off of their step, but just generalized, we know that we have this many teachers and this is what's budgeted, what we spend on facilities, something like more clear and detailed. It just seems like a good practice just to throw out there. Would the Treasury be the office that creates something like that?
We do have that. So, sorry. Just for example, Madam President and Dr. Molnar, when we build, as we're moving in, to next year. We're starting the budgeting process right now. So what we will do is look at all of our staffing levels now, our current student count, et cetera, et cetera. We know we can easily calculate, well, not easily calculate, but we calculate each year. Hats off to our payroll people that do this work. But, you know, they'll factor in steps, pay increase from the negotiated agreement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We take all of that in and put that into the budget, and we know if there's any, when we say new positions, you know, anything that would be created new, like a general counsel, for example. And we would ensure that that was, if that was the will of the superintendent and the board, then we make sure that that's incorporated in the budget. Additionally, we're going to have some additional dollars in the budget because it is, as Dr. Robinson mentioned, you know, for example, adding the kindergarten teacher, which is a new position on here, contractually, that's driven by contract. So if we hit a certain number, we don't have a choice. You've got to hire another staff. And you might say, well, we've got other kindergarten classrooms around the district that aren't at capacity. Well, that's true, but you can't, in the middle of the school year, disrupt the flow of other schools and start transferring people over, which would be a violation of contract as well. So we recognize and try to build in the budget that there are some situations that will happen every year that would cause us to occasionally have to hire a position that we could not have foreseen. And we do budget for it. You know, not a huge amount of money, but some amount of money for that.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Member Hall, and then.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to kind of piggyback off of Molinar, she talked about New Jersey, right? So, as I said before, let's compare ourselves to districts that are doing better than us than districts that are doing not as good as us. And so by that, by her saying, you know, going to conferences, you learn so many different things, and other districts might be thriving on that we might not even have a clue. Sure. So why don't we look into what New Jersey is doing and seeing if that's something maybe not tomorrow, maybe next year or so, see what they're doing to make us level up versus saying, you know, we have it, we don't have it. Let's just look at new innovative ideas to make our district top tier and piggyback from some of these other districts that are doing great. So you said New Jersey, maybe you have some information that you can share that you've learned, and maybe we can communicate with them, just like the Ron Clark School in Atlanta. Maybe we can look at their ways of how their kids are thriving, how their teachers are thriving, how their district is thriving, and make our school at those levels too.
100%.
So let's just look at that.
I agree, and we're very open to, if there's a better way of doing it, I would like to learn about it, and I'm sure Dr. Robinson
All right,
will as
well, she just said New Jersey.
All right.
All right, thank
Going to
you.
New Jersey,
Madam
Dr. Robinson.
Yes, Member Sykes.
Let me just say, Madam President, members of the board, you know, just to remind you, and just let's bring us back here, that Akron has had excellent audits. And so because we're not out on the website with all of our employees' names and the amount that they make and the steps that they're at, this does not mean that we are not still there. And I would just say most likely doing better than New Jersey. I'm just saying. But so we are, you know, the superintendent said we're not doing that, but we are accounting for every cent. Absolutely. We know where the money is being spent. We know when a line item is being overspent. Dr. Thompson knows when he has to move money into another line item in order to make sure that we are addressing the concerns and issues. When we have to hire new teachers, when we have to hire new staff, support staff, and we didn't think that we had to, we are doing that. Is it out there and we're saying Jane Doe or John Doe, this is the reason why we had to move this money into the line item? No. The question is, do we want to? That's the question. Those are the policies issues that we want to look at and see. And if we do, is that going to make us a better school district? The main thing is the bottom line. If we are accounting for every cent, if the auditors are looking at our monies and we are accounting and have accounted for every audit that we've given, for every cent that we've been involved in, and we can tell you where the money went and who was paid the money, then that's what I see we want to be engaged in, as opposed to, it is nice if somebody want to go out and see what somebody else is making. That may be something that we want to do at some point, and that may be another level of transparency. But it in no way explains whether or not we are accounting for public funds as we should. And the only way we can say that we're doing that is what the auditor says. And the auditor says, yes, we are.
Thank you, Member Sykes, for that. Is there any other discussions? Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the personnel recommendations?
Oh, I didn't do it all.
Oh, you didn't? Oh. That discussion took me all the way through. All right, I'm sorry. All this round robin, Lord. All right, Superintendent.
Section 11. Section 11, please. Any questions? Yes. I'm sorry.
Member Hall, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. 11-1, just curious, any other schools have the Garrett program? Is it just Garfield, or do we have other schools that have the Garrett
Ms.
program?
Culver? No, we do have other schools. We have another high school and 2 middle schools. Well, actually, a high school that has a middle school, but I'm going to let Yvonne come up here.
So Gear Up is a 7-year cohort that moves with the students. So we actually are in 4 high schools right now. We have 9th and 10th graders in Bookdale East, North, and Garfield.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, Superintendent.
Okay. Section 12. Section 13. Section 14.
Member Hall.
Sorry, we kind of went fast. Section 14, just a quick question. When tutors are resigning, when we hire new tutors, are they going to those same schools that they left? Or do we move tutors around throughout the district that we currently have?
Oh, no, we don't move them around. But the only time they'll go back to, so there's an order. So if you're still waiting on a tutor, you're not going to get it first if yours just left. So we have a process and an order in which we do things.
Okay. Okay. Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat what you just said. You said, wait a minute.
So
you said,
say for instance,
no, just how you said it. You said if you're waiting on a tutor.
If you're waiting on a tutor,
if my tutor
and yours
left,
resigned,
yes,
the next tutor I hire, she's going to get it. You have to wait your turn.
Oh, okay. I thought you said, it sounded like you were like, well, you're still going to have to wait.
Oh, no. You would have to wait your turn.
I understand now. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Section 15.
Member Molnar, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. 15-2, this looks like another new position. Is this another contract issue for the new position, like the other new position?
This really isn't a new position. This is a position that has not been filled in a very long time. And so this position should be budgeted for, as I know that we've had conversations about this position being needed in transportation with our Treasurer's Department. So.
Yeah, Member Harrison.
I just have a quick ask, and it maybe not is there a way that when we already have a budgeted position, when we already budgeted for this position, but we're hiring into it for the first time in 2 years, but we've already have it budgeted, is there some kind of way that we can previously budgeted, new but budgeted, or new confuses me as well. If we budgeted for it, to me, it's not new.
Right. Well, and I think it's new because we just haven't filled it in a couple of years, but we see that there is a strong need for it because of the needs down in transportation.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying,
Yeah,
to just make note that this is budgeted for but hasn't been filled in a while.
And that's something that we asked for.
Okay.
That's something we asked for, so
Yeah.
be careful what you ask for.
Yeah. So to your point, if this position was vacant 2 years ago and we just not been able to find anybody, we would keep carrying it in the budget. And once it's filled, so to your point, yes, it would not be a new position. It would be a position that's already budgeted for. So it's a replacement, not a new position.
So should it indicate replacement?
It should say replacement, not new.
We asked anytime there was a new person that was coming into a position, we want to know if it was new or not. And it's really not new, it's just filling the position. So you're not doing anything to the budget. The budget is okay, it's there. All you're doing is putting the person in that seat, and that's already covered. And just like Member Sykes said, it's in the budget, and the auditor's doing, treasurer's got, it's all there. It's all there.
I'm making a note of it, though. 16. $17. $18. $19.
Member Molnar?
Thank you, Madam President. I have to ask. 19.2 says, there's a note, APS was not notified of the change of the employee for this position. What does that mean?
Right. So there's for the deputies that we hire for our buildings, they have someone that does the scheduling from that side for us, and they switched the person and did not notify us that they switched the person. And so we have worked with our director just to make sure that he's letting the sheriff department understand that in order for us to process payment and all that stuff, we have to know when personnel is changing so that we can make sure that they're in our system. And so they realized that they had to do what they had to do when he was wondering where his check was.
Yeah.
Correct.
What number was that? Oh, section number 20. Number 21 is where I recommend the approval of the personnel recommendations presented in category 10 through 20.
Is there a motion to approve the personnel recommendations?
So moves.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Hall,
Second.
seconded by Member Harrison. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Reverend Harrison,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
No on 10.8, yes on the balance.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 on 10.8 and 7-0 on the balance.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Next is the board's letters and consent agenda. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Jackson. I wish to recommend the approval of the resolutions and motions presented in Category 25. They are in proper format, and I move for their approval, please. So,
I would like to make a motion to remove item 25.2, 25.5, and 25.6 from the consent agenda.
Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Yes, 25.2, 25.5, and 25.6.
Thank you.
She said
This resolution here.
25. Did she say 1 and 2?
25.2, 5, and 6.
25.
So it's this one.
2,
25.2.
and then 20.
Madam President, can she repeat the numbers again? I'm sorry, not
Yes.
she. Can Madam Board
Yeah.
Member Molina repeat the numbers again, please? Thank you.
Yes, 25.2, school calendar, 25.5,
6 is
the building, and 25.6,
and
the resolution.
25.5 for the north. Yeah, for the north, I'm not sure.
Oh, and 25.6, the opening steward.
So there's a motion.
Okay, so currently there is a motion on the floor, and, issued by Member Molnar to remove resolutions 25.2, 25.5, and 25.6. Is there a second?
Removing from the consent calendar, I mean, consent agenda? No, you're correct.
Yeah, you really don't need to vote on that. If a member recommend removal, then it's removed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do the balance and then go through 25.2.
Question?
Yes, Member
So
Vice
if-
President.
If someone wants to remove something from the agenda, we can just remove it?
Yeah.
Consent agenda? Only from the consent agenda? Okay, gotcha, okay, all right, well.
Yeah, it's still on the agenda, just not under consent format.
So it'll be discussed in new business. We'll end up either voting it up or down, but it's just moved from consent, because when we do consent, they all go through. So I'm assuming that the desire to move them off is for discussion. Let me discuss. That's what I'm.
Yes, that's the point.
All right. So it'll be a new business. All right, so now it's the motion is, it's been, wait, hold on. So now a motion is to approve the consent agenda with the following amendments to the consent agenda, removing item 25.2, 25.5, and 25.6. Is there a second?
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. It's been moved, I forgot who moved it.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Member Autry, and it's been seconded by Member Sykes. Thank you. Are there any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Dr. Molinar,
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Confused?
Okay, so what you're voting on right now is everything in section 25 with the exception of 2, 5, and 6, which we'll
come back to. Okay, yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
I would like to abstain from 25.1 and yes to everything else.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Now, this is going to be fun, Ruth. Here we go. So, in section 25, we are 6-0 on everything except 25.1, which is 6-1 with 6-0 with one abstention. 6-0 with one abstention. So the balance is 7-0, and we still have 25-2, 5, and 6 to vote on individually, discuss and vote on.
Okay. Next is the business affairs recommendation. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, President Jackson. I wish to recommend the approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 24.
Is there a motion to approve the business affairs recommendation?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Alexander. Is there a second?
A second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion?
I have a question. You said section 24?
Yeah, I think it's 27.
Yeah, it's section 27.
27, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Voting on 28.1.
Yep.
So we have a first and a second.
All right, so this is the motion to approve the business affairs recommendations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so the motion was made by Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Okay, and it was seconded by Ms. Hall. Okay, and I said, is there any discussion? What was
Yes.
the
They
confusion?
said 24. This is 27. That was the
Oh,
confusion.
it didn't say 24. Oh, okay. So for clarity, 27, okay.
So are we discussing 27 now?
Yes, this is business affairs.
Sorry, it's 27.
Yeah, so it's business affairs. That shows 27. So he misspoke the number. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
2 questions, and I'll just ask them both at the same time. Hopefully they'll be quick. First one is 27-4, the data sharing agreement. Has this gone through legal? And the second one is 27-21. Is this because of the blueprint changes in the last meeting, or what is the cause of the $1,800 extra dollars in 27-21?
Yes, those are all the changes that need to be made to the blueprint to produce the final copy. And did you have questions on that one with the blueprint?
Yeah, thanks.
Did that answer your question on that one?
Well, I guess when the blueprint was presented at our last meeting, what has changed since our last meeting that now it costs almost $2,000 more?
The changes, there were some other changes, minor changes that needed to be also made. So I think with graphics or something. And then when she had to go back in and realign the frames because when you move and put the dates or whatever, it moves some of that, so some of that had to be readjusted. So that's the price that she gave us, the designer gave to us. But that's not coming out of general fund. It's coming out of the ESC funds.
I came up to address the other one, which was the...
Yeah, I hadn't gotten to it. I'm sorry.
so sorry. I apologize. Yes, that didn't go through the legal committee because the actual agreement was previously approved with SEIU, and this is just an amendment to that. So it didn't need to go to legal because it enacted another part of the already established agreement. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Member Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. Just looking at 27.5,
and also 2720. I'm looking at like adjustments or bleacher repairs and things like that. And I just have a question regarding previous conversation. What is the status on the concession stand and the box office for Bookto? Have we started that process? Have we started an RFP or RFQ for that?
I'll let Mr. Keenan speak on it, but yes, but I'll let him speak on it.
Yes, that project is in motion. The RFQ for the architectural and design professional firm closed last week, and we are in the middle of evaluating their statement of qualifications to rank them and then make our selection of top-ranked firm and negotiate a contract with tentatively bringing the negotiated contract to board March 10th.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call, please.
Dr. Molinar.
Abstain on 27-1, yes on the balance.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries
Jackson.
6.
2713 and 2714. You want to abstain?
Thank you so much. 2713 and 2714, I need to abstain for. Thank you, Member Sykes and Superintendent.
Okay. 2713 and
2714, yes.
You're abstaining on
Yes,
both of
sir.
those. Boy, you guys are making me earn my money tonight. So on 27.1, the vote is 6-0 with one abstention. On 27.13 and 27.14 is 6-0 with one abstention on each one, 27.13 and 27.14, and it is 7-0 on the balance. Have fun typing this stuff up tomorrow, Ruth.
All right. Okay, now we are at the unfinished business portion, which we have to revisit the 3 items removed from the consent agenda. By Member Molnar, so it's 25.2.
25.2, 25.5, 25.6.
Member Molnar, we'll start with you.
Okay, so I'll start with 25-2, the school calendar. I know that I see that we have school today, or this school year, during the primary election. So people will be coming into our buildings on election day, and while students and teachers are having their or trying to, as best as possible, their regularly scheduled school day. And this is an issue that I've brought up many times because I hear and witness a lot of concern every time. This is for the 25-26 school year, and I don't see May 5th as a day off for the primary election, and that is a concern to me. I see that this is currently on the board letter. It's item 22.2, and so I would move for the school calendar to be discussed by it looks like the Legal Policy Committee is the board letter it's under, so I would like to move that this calendar be discussed by the Legal Policy Committee.
Yes. Yeah, you can come to the podium.
Say it louder. Raise your hand.
Thank you, Dr. Molinar. So the 25-26 school calendar has already been approved. This actual document is to declare the calamity days for when we go over the number of required hours. And then also, so it has three purposes. One is to identify the calamity days if we had to make up additional hours. The other two items that are on here is to approve the alternate calendar for Akron Early College and STEM High School. But the actual board calendar for the 25-26 school year has already been approved and presented to the board and gone through the process with the calendar committee and all of the actual people that are a part of that committee, the unions that are a part of that committee.
So the 25-26 calendar is the one that the unions presented. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said the 25-26 calendar has already been approved through the proper process with all of the parties that should be involved, and it's been approved. What's the item that's on there now is not our actual calendar for the district. It is the calendar for Akron Early College only, STEM High School, because they both have alternative calendars. And then the last item is to declare the calamity days that we have to make up.
So there's nothing at this point because of the process that can be done for May 2025 or for May 2026 to not have election day during the school day.
So I'm just answering. I'm not going to say if there's anything that can be done, but that's not the item that's on your board agenda today. The 25-26 calendar has already been approved. And you're correct. We traditionally have never closed the schools on the May election. We do close it on the November election for voting purposes as an instructional improvement day. There are probably several reasons to that usually my person who's been here forever, Deb Folk, could probably tell you some of those reasons. But one of the items that we consider, I believe, in the history in May is that the election day changes also traditionally. So sometimes it might be in the middle of testing. There's just different time periods. It's not always consistently like the first Tuesday in November.
So are you saying,
that's one of those
that
things.
Sometimes we have testing when we are bringing community members into the building?
No, in the middle of testing, the testing window. But to reiterate, the agenda item that's on here today is not the approval of the calendar. The 25-26 calendar has already been approved. The agenda item is asking for approval of calamity day makeup if we have to make up days, and also to approve Akron Early College as well as STEM High School.
So then I will reiterate, what I would like to discuss is I would like the legal committee meeting, the contract committee meeting, since this is something that has a process it goes through, to discuss our being open for school and trying to hold a regular school day in May during the primary election, having people from the community in the buildings, wandering around the buildings for primary election during the school day in our elementary buildings. I would like this to be discussed in a committee. So that is my ask, that this goes through a committee.
Dr. I'm sorry, may I speak? Madam President.
Yes. Member Hall and then Superintendent.
So question, this past May of 2024, what did that day look like for our students when was it March?
She said it was in March.
Whenever the primaries was. What did that day look like? Was it a disruption to our students? Were people roaming around? I would assume our principals and staff wouldn't just let people roam around because you have to make appointments anyways just to get into school. So what does that day look like? Is it a disruption to our students or a safety concern?
Do some alternate staging of exactly how people can get into the building, depending on the building. We do not pick the buildings. The Summit County Board of Election does. So some people go directly into the voting area and directly out without going into the general area of the school. Some will go in and be directed with security, safety team members to tell them where to go. We might have to alter the students' lunch hour. The reason this gets a little confusing is the Ohio Revised Code. When it is a presidential election year, the new standard is the primary is in March. In the non-presidential year, that's why I said it was in March last year, it is in May. And we also could be a part of any special election because of where our voting wards are not only Akron issues to vote on. And I'll give you an example. I have Sam Salem that is located in the southwest, and they connect to Coventry. I have the west side of the school, say as Resnick, is connected to Copley Fairlawn. So where we may not have an issue on for a special election that is necessary to go, which tends to be in August, at least has been, or early September, as determined by the state and the Board of Elections, then we might have one location that may have to be used on that special election day, but not the rest of us. And I'm sorry it's confusing, but it is part of the standards, and the revised code says that the Board of Election is obligated to ask for and be given schools to vote in. It's part of the revised code. But we're very specific. We make sure that they set up the night before with their teams. They usually are in between 5 and 8 in the evening, say on a Monday. They have their staff come in at 5:30 before our students arrive, and they are set up to start voting at the opening hour of voting, which is at 6:30. So then our students are allocated to come in to the correct doors and have their instruction minimally disrupted as possible. So unfortunately, I could make this is my personal comment for the evening. I have said to the Summit County Board of Elections, we should be like Europe and vote on the weekends. Then I could give you anything. But they have, as an example, asked for certain buildings, and they're not conducive to the ADA compliance issues or a early, easy voting by the public. So they work very well with us. We're just currently at 16 buildings. We used to be at 25.
Okay, so there's no safety concerns that we've had?
We have added through Mr. Jones and Officer Good, those team members are reallocated to assist and be on site as we have gone through this process, and we are usually not in session on the general election because we know how many people vote, and that's a PD day. But that doesn't mean we don't have staff in the building. That just means our students are not there. But again, you could have a team decide to come in and practice. So, okay?
Thank you.
I hope that helps.
And just for a point of order, because I'm trying to do very well, someone I greatly respect said, Carla, sometimes you just need to listen. Everything doesn't require action, because I always think, what is the action step that because we have an agenda item, and I think Member Molnar stated that she wants this to go into committee. So I think my question is, what committee would this calendar go into so that we can move on with the business of this vote that has nothing to do with what Molnar is questioning?
Dr. Robinson wants to answer.
President Jackson, it's an instructional calendar, so it would typically go through instructional committee. However, the calendar by the contract, we vote on it every 2 years. I mean, we vote, we're 2 years ahead of the current year that we're in. So the calendar is already set because you're voting each year. So it's already 2 years ahead. But the process for the calendar, as the superintendent, I get to submit calendars. I have the team to put together calendars that we can all agree on, and then we present those. And then all the other unions get to submit calendars as well. And then the committee goes through that process and narrows it down to 2 calendars by which they send out and people vote on it. So it isn't, I don't necessarily have the autonomy, nor does the other side have the autonomy to just say, we're going to not have these days. It would have to be agreed upon by that committee. So there's really...
So it can be brought up, like just in the committee? Is this something you can...
When I say committee, I mean the internal committee, not the board's committee, but in the committee where
where you make recommendations?
Yes.
That's what I'm asking. Would it be possible? I know it's 2 years ahead because I don't want to belabor this anymore. But where it could be mentioned. So this could be something maybe at your monthly meetings with the superintendent, you can delve deeply into it. So on Saturday, possibly, about when you would interact. Because now there's nothing that will be done at this moment, is what I'm understanding for clarity. At this moment, the calendar is approved for 2 years. Nothing is changing at this moment. And at this moment, what is on the board agenda in this business meeting for us to vote on is about STEM and Akron Early and Calamity Days. That's the item.
Correct.
I just want to recognize Member Molnar's question as if it's 2 years down the line, she's a board member, where that would be discussed, and it's getting into like a rich discussion. And so that's why I'm wondering if at that time, if that could be one of your agenda items from when you meet with the superintendent.
So
Friday.
I only have a microphone here and during committee, and I have been every time the calendar has come up, it says, but it's so far down the, so I don't care which year we're talking about. I need to start talking about whatever year it is that we're planning. And the meeting, I would agree, is not the time for that discussion. I would like to have that discussion occur during a board committee. The discussion is occurring in internal committees, but as a board, there's a lot of information that we don't have the opportunity to discuss or share. I have a lot of people telling me safety concerns. I've had people also from the Board of Elections tell me about transportation concerns. I would like this to be discussed, not here, I agree, in a committee. Which committee can this discussion occur in?
So we can add the calendar discussion to instructional policy for sure.
Well, that's the question. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's the question. Instructional
yes,
policy.
We can discuss it in instructional
Okay.
policy and provide more clarity about the process and what would have to go through.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. That's what the question. So that's fine. That answers the question. It's instructional policy.
Sure.
All
I'll
right.
add it
Thank
to
you.
the next agenda.
Okay. Thank you,
April.
Dr. Caven.
This is a clarifying question, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Member Autry.
So, just so I'm clear, there is an internal committee consisting of staff and teachers who decide this calendar?
Yes.
So there would be staff potentially at these buildings where the elections are taking place who have input when they're proposing?
So the entire process of how you adopt the calendar is part of the collective bargaining agreements with everyone. So even when we discuss it, if we discuss it at the committee meeting, even at the board committee, we still will have to go through the process. So for instance, the superintendent could possibly say, present being off on the March date or May date. That won't necessarily take place even if we discuss it, because we have to follow the process. And so yes, to answer your question, it is laid out in the contract, the process that we follow, and there is a committee of internal, there's a certain amount of committee members from each organization that are part of the committee, and they go through the process in order to make the recommendation to the board of the calendar. And yes, everybody does have an opportunity to vote on the final two calendars that the committee, that it gets down to, as the superintendent stated.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm clear. Are you clear? I have no idea where we're at.
We're on.
Thank you so
we're
much.
just-
My apologies. We are at
we're moving to
25.6 or 25.5. Because, yes, Member Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. So 25.6,
You at 25.5 was one of yours.
25.5 also. Yes, the building. Okay. This one, it did go through Finance Committee. It did have a presentation here, thanks to the chair, thanks to the treasurer, thanks to the superintendent. I'm wondering if there is a place, I just wanted off the consent agenda so we could discuss this. We have 2 building projects happening and a lot of community members asking a lot of questions about each of the progress of each of the projects. And so I'm wondering if there's a place in every agenda where we could just have update where for each one, and maybe not even spend a lot of time on it, but just to have it listed there, what the progress is on each of those separate building projects.
Dr. Molnar, I do know that at the next Finance Committee meeting, Mr. Keenan and I believe the architectural firm will be represented as well, will be present on Tuesday to update the Finance and Facilities Committee. So that would be the appropriate committee, and they are presenting on Tuesday. That doesn't necessarily mean you couldn't put it in an agenda, but I just wanted you to know that it is coming through a committee.
Right, no other discussion. Member Molnar, 25.6.
Okay, thank you. 25.6, the last one, is the resolution that we discussed a bit. It went through instructional policy, but it's listed here on the agenda under finance. And I do think it makes sense under finance. I would like to move to have this resolution go through finance until we see some financials. As a board, we voted to close Stewart because it was going to save us $90,000. As a board member, I have not received any financial information that states otherwise. So I would move that this go to the Finance Committee for the board to see financially what would change for us before we vote on it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to move item 25.6 back to Finance Committee. It's been moved by Member Molnar. Is there a second? Seeing none, the motion dies. All right, now each of these individual pieces that were taken out of the consent agenda, we must vote on individually. And so now, is there a motion to approve Resolution 25.2?
I move to approve item 25.2.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Autry. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. We've had discussion, but any discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
No.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
25.2 carries 6-1.
Next, we have the resolution 25.5. Is there a motion to accept the resolution 25.5?
I make a motion to accept 25.5.
The motion's been made by Member Hall. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Vice President Alexander. Any discussion? Yes, Member Molnar.
I would just like to point out one final time that we are making a vote after receiving zero financial information, a large, important vote.
Thank you for that, Member Molnar. It was moved by Mr. Alexander, moved by Ms. Hall, seconded by Mr. Alexander. We've heard the discussion from Member Molnar. Is there any additional discussion?
Madam Chair, let me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, member.
Let me just say that I can understand and appreciate your concern, but if we're going to vote on this resolution has nothing in it about money. So we're just voting on this resolution. There's nothing about the 90,000 in this resolution. So if you want to bring discussions to the Finance Committee about the 90,000 and what's happening with the progress of Stewart School and what it's costing, then fine. But this resolution has nothing in it about money. Absolutely nothing. So it does not do, so if we send it to Finance Committee, we can still discuss it without discussing the money. So what you want to do is discuss the money. And so I have no problem in discussing the money on Finance Committee about this, but this is just not the resolution to do it with. So that's why I'm voting no.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
No.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
And Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Next, thank you. Next, we have Resolution 25.6. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 25.6?
I make a motion to approve 25.6.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Member Hall, second by Member Autry. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
And Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. That was unfinished business, correct? And now there's no new business. And there is a need to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 to consider the employment, dismissal, and discipline of public employees and/or officials. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Alexander. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been second by Member Autry. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Sykes.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Ms. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Reverend Harrison.
Yes.
Ms. Jackson.
Yes.
Dr. Molnar.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. And then say that, and recess at 8:30.
Okay, we stand in recess at 8:31 for executive session.
Okay, I'm taking off.
Yeah.
We stand back in session at 10:34 a.m. PM, thank you. Our next meeting will be Monday, February 24th. Also, I want to make an announcement about the 11th Annual March Gradness, where purpose meets the party. This is a casual spring fundraiser to benefit Project Grad, Akron's program, services, and scholarship fund, helping local students achieve their dreams. Good vibes, great cause. Come anytime and have fun. I believe this information may be available on the district website. You can also Google Project Grad. We're located inside Bookto, and I believe East CLC as well. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's been moved by Member Harrison. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Member Hall. Any discussion? Member Molnar?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify, I have already checked with our parliamentarian, but in case there was confusion on two of my votes, 25-5 and 25-6 earlier, that it was a no to 25-6 and a yes to 25-5. It sounded like there was some confusion, so I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Member Molnar. Any other discussion? The record's been updated. Roll call, please. Member Alexander?
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Reverend Harrison?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Ms. Sykes?
Yes.
Mr. A, yes. 7-0. Approved.
Thank you. We now stand adjourned at 10:35 p.m.